All right. Happy Monday. Hat looks huge. It's over my headphones. Day 6, Python. Continuing on. I'm getting towards the end of it. I didn't do any review or refresh over the weekend. I had a joint birthday party for me and my wife, and then which I had to travel to, and the PoE 2 race for acts 1 through 3 happened. I ended up finishing. I ended up placing. I placed 114th or something like that, but for within my class I did pretty well because I played Sorceress. It's a lot slower than most of the classes. I think the first place person was Warrior. Warrior's pretty quick in leveling. But anyways, getting back into it. Let's do, we're doing sets. Oh yeah, I ended up on the new thing here, so let me make a note here. Python. I can't believe I saved that one as Python. Must have other things on my mind. Sip it. I know you don't like it. Alright.
Sets. Sets are like lists, but they are unordered, and they guarantee uniqueness. Only one of each value can be in a set. Fruits equal apple, banana, grape. Print type fruits. Prints. Class set print fruits. Prints banana, grape, apple. Add values. Fruits equals apple, banana, grape. Fruits.add pair. Prints banana, grape, pear, apple. Note, no error will be raised if you add an item already in the set. Empty set. Because the empty bracket, for. Syntax creates an empty dictionary. To create an empty set, you need to use the set function. Fruits equals set. Fruits.add pair. Print fruits. Prints, pair. Iterate over values in a set. Order is not guaranteed. Fruits equals apple, banana, grape. For fruit in fruits, print fruit. Prints, banana, grape, apple. Assignment. Complete the remove duplicates function. It should take a list of spells that a player has learned and return a new list where there is at most one of each title. You can accomplish this in at least 2 ways.
Alright, complete the removes duplicates function. It should take a list of spells that the player has learned and return a new list where there is at most one of each title. That's a little weird. You can accomplish this in at least 2 ways. Iteration. Create a set to track spells that have been seen. Create a list to store the unique spell. Iterate over the list. If the spell is not in the set, add it to the set list. Return the set list. Set conversion. Convert the list to a set. Convert the set back to a list and return it. It makes no sense to learn a spell twice. Once it's learned forever. Oh, I see what it's trying to do. So it's like you have this spell learned. It's to remove duplicates. Gotcha. It should take a list. So Fireball, Eldritch Blast, Fireball, Eldritch Blast, Chill Touch, Eldritch Blast, Chill Touch, Chill Touch, Fireball, Fireball, Shocking Grasp, Fireball, Fireball. Expecting Chill Touch, Eldritch Blast, Shocking Grasp, actual non-result is not a list. So we have to make a list that has these 4 in it. That's only going to pull from once each. Only one of each value can be set into it. So we have to turn what is it? Dictionary into a list. Okay. Sorry, my brain's a little fried. I have a little bit of a headache, and my child is going through a sleep regression, so she's like not easy to put down. So when me and wife try to put her down, she just like screams in our face, which is like great for headaches. But I have a good 4-hour chunk today to put into this, so hopefully it will be good. Actually, let me text the wife just to make sure that, because my wife has a doctor's appointment, but my mother-in-law is coming over. I always feel like sleeping at someone else's house is like not the same as sleeping at your house, you know what I mean? There's like in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I never played the first one, but there's like quality of bed. So if you sleep at a campsite, you're only getting 50% quality of sleep, whereas like you sleep at a indoor bed, it gives you 80% quality. If you sleep at a nice bed, I think it's 100% quality, you know? So that's like sleeping in your own house is 100% quality, but sleeping at someone else's house, I feel like is like 70% quality. 80% maybe. Anyways, okay, so we have a dictionary of spells. Create a set to track spells that have been seen. So we have to convert the dictionary. So spells is going to be a set. Fruit set, add pair, fruit set. Our fruits equals set. Spells equals set. Then we have to break the dictionary down. Split returns a list of strings, whereas each string is a single word from the original names list. Equals name.split. So it's gonna be like For full name and full name, split returns a list of strings where each string is insertionless name's full string. Print dictionary, tab tender. So for spell and spells. I did this with the sorting before too for sizes. Hold on, I'm just checking my notes here. Oh, this is the example I wanted to look at. Was when we did like the vendor one. Okay. Spells is a dictionary. It's the opposite of the not function. And I guess you just don't put anything. If spell in the spell is in the spells, if it's not in, unique spells dot Append spell. So it's going to create a unique spells dictionary where if the spell is in spells, if spell is not in spells, append the spell. Else if spell in spells how do I have it like do nothing? Pass? I'll be right back. I gotta hit the head. I'll be right back. I gotta clean out my fucking office. It is a mess. Alright. I need like... I have a shawl that my mom bought at like a old people's thrift store. So it's like this real fur. It's like mink skins. I need like a Jon Snow type of like fucking coat. But I guess the coats they made in Game of Thrones were made out of like lambskin rugs from IKEA or something. They just like stitched them together. I thought it was fucking cool. But alright, so I wanted to do nothing. If statements, if control structure like if statement loops or function definitions, a code block is required. If no action is needed, pass can be used to avoid syntax errors. But then can I just keep going? So this gives us a unique spell dictionary that has the unique spells in it. So it'll look like this, right? I can't do empty print, right? It's just... Alright, so this will be like... So I have a list of unique spells, or dictionary of unique spells. Create a list. I'm sorry. Unique spells is a list. So I'm not sure about keeping the pass in there. Like, ignore? Is that what I'm looking for? I want to do nothing, essentially. So if the spell is in spells, do nothing is pass. Else perform oh, I think this needs to be first. For logic, right? So if the spell is in spells, ignore. Or not ignore, do nothing. If spell is not in spells, append it to unique spells. In unique spells. Okay, so we printed Fireball, Eldritch Blast, Chill Touch, Shocking Grasp. It doesn't have to be in an order, right? Because it's just a list. Create a set to track spells that have been seen. Yeah. Create a list of store unique spells. Yeah, unique spells. Iterate over the list. Yeah. If spells and unique spells pass, if spell not a unique spells, append. Turn the list. Second version. Convert the list to a set. Convert the set back to a list and return it. So, unique spell set. Wait, I'm getting a little confused here. Convert list to a set. And then the set back to a list. So we have a unique spells set. So okay, so we want to go, we have a list to a set, so unique spells list is equal to the set, let's just say X, nope, that's not right. So X set is equal to the set of unique spells. Right? Then unique spells is equal to the list X. So before I did that, the actual Right, so if I take this out, the actual prints out as Fireball, Eldritch Blast, Chill Touch, Shocking Grasp, and this is out of order. But when I add in the convert to set, and then convert back to a list, it orders it correctly, or it orders it to the answer. Maybe that's because that's what the question is asking. It's in alphabetical order, though. It alphabetizes it. Some more elegant way to write it. If spell not in scene, append scene, or add to scene the spell. Append to deduped spells, spell. Return duped spells. Try to figure out what they're... I understand theirs is the same answer, but I'm just trying to figure out how they did it differently. For X and spells, if X is not seen... If not... Okay, well, seen is throwing me off. If X is not in seen... Seen as a set. Theirs is probably better because they wanted me to write it as a set. So if spell is not... If X is not in scene set, append scene set with the spell. Also append dupe spells list with the spell. Return dupe spells. What's the point of scene? So it's essentially the same thing. If spell in unique spells pass, do nothing. And then if spell is not in unique spells, append unique spells with the spell. So they're doing the appending first. So it's like, if not in scene, append dupe spells, the set and the list. Just return the list. Then convert that list into a set and back. So this... So this is the first conversion. Turn spells into a set. And this is the second conversion. Turn that set into a list. Whereas I just wrote it out in 2 lines. Okie doke.
Sets quiz. Sets are like lists, but they are unordered and they guarantee uniqueness. Only one of each value can be in a set. Fruits equals apple, banana, grape. Print type fruits. Prints, class set, print fruits. Prints, banana, grape. Add values. Fruits equals apple, banana, grape. Fruits.add pear, print fruits. Prints, banana, grape, pear, apple. Note, no error will be raised if you add an item already in the set. Empty set. Because the empty bracket syntax creates an empty dictionary. To create an empty set, you need to use the set function. Fruits equals set, fruits. Add pair, print fruits. Prints pair, iterate over values in a set, order is not guaranteed. Fruits equals apple, banana, grape. For fruit and fruits, print fruit. Prints, banana, grape, apple. Removing values, fruits, apple, banana, grape. Fruits.remove apple. Prints, banana, grape.
How do I remove an item from a set? It's dot remove, right? What is the type of my value in the following statement? My value equals... It's a dictionary. The list is square brackets. Which would be a good use of a set? Store all enemies in a game by difficulty. Doesn't order shit. Just store all possible spells in a game, probably. Store ID. User pairs? No. Because it doesn't store order.
Duplicates. Players are complaining that they aren't able to see their collections easily. Currently, every collectible item is displayed, even the duplicates. Players only want to see each artifact once, even if they have collected more than one of them. Assignment. Complete the remove duplicates function. It accepts a list of strings and removes any duplicate values. It should utilize and return a set, not a list. Bonus points if you can write the body of the function in a single line of code.
Expected whip, staff, frostmourne. Okay, so it's printing out doubles, not in just like subsequent order, but it doesn't matter. But so it should return as a set. first. I was gonna do like a if statement. See, these lists return a set, not a list. Oh, because the set doesn't give a shit if there's duplicates, it'll get rid of it. So I just need to convert it into a set. Oh, that's an L. It's not a 1. So set removes duplicates from a list potentially. And from a dictionary.
Vowels. You've been hired by a blogging company, and they are asking you to analyze one of their recent posts to determine the number of vowels present in their paragraphs. Assignment. Complete the count vowels function. It should take a string and return a count of the number of vowels within the given string and a set of its unique vowels. For this challenge, we are only interested in the 5 vowels: A, E, I, O, U, and their capitalized versions. In addition, treat uppercase and lowercase vowels as separate. For example, A and A are not the same.
Huh. A-E-I-O-U is one of the clues on the New York Times crossword recently. I think the clue was like set of alphabetical letters. It's actually kind of funny. Because I'm on the Truman Show. None of this is real. Everybody's watching me. Alright, let's see. Complete the count vowels function. It should take a string and return a count and number of the vowels. So we have to... Looking for 9 more Ubers need all. Did someone say Thunder Fury? Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? I'll show you the best weapon I ever got in WoW. It's a PvP staff. In Burning Crusade. Yeah, I think it was this one. Merciless Gladiator War Staff. It looked like this. I don't know if these were the stats. But But I remember I used my PvP staff to... I'm pretty sure it was this. I used my PvP staff to raid with. Maybe it was this one. I thought it was a double-ended one. It's for whatever, like, second place was on the ladder board. I think that was the best weapon I ever had. Because as a mage, you didn't really need... you're not super, like, weapon dependent. I mean, it's important, but it's not as important as, like, a melee class. So we need to split the text. For vowels. In text. Text. For letters. In text. Letters is a better variable name. So then we need to update the... the set. File set. Of text. I don't think this is right. I think I goofed something up here. I don't think you're supposed to call the function in the function. Vowels is a set for letters and text. Text. I have this backwards. What's letters? For the letters in text. I think it's a letter list. Is equal to letters dot split. The letters in text. The list of letters equals the letters split. Set object is not callable. Declare what a vowel is with a variable. So we'll just say vowel is X. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I knew I had to type out the letters somewhere. I have to do it like this. Like a string. Okay, just put them all together. And for the loop through your string, compare with your variable. So for letters. For letter and letters list. If letter equals V, am I just counting it? Just count vowels. Complete the count vowels function. It should take a string and return the count of the number of vowels within a given string and a set of its unique vowels. Oh, I have to do the set of unique vowels too. For letter and letters lists, if letter is equal to V, which is all the vowels, count vowels plus 1. Count vowels is set to 0. For character in I, if character in V. I shouldn't be naming it count vowels. I took the string as an input in my script like this. I equals input, give me the string. If character in V, vowel count plus 1, vowels in string append character. Oh, okay. I think the thing where I get caught up on is like naming variables, because they want you to put like words for variables, but I come from a very like math oriented background, and I really should just be using single character variables. So when they say like it for text in texts, I'm like, my brain farts for like a half a second. Vowels and string append character. So we have to append the Let's do like a vowels in string. To go crazy with integers as variables. Okay. I think so. Like throughout my mathematical career, I've taken. This was years ago though. This is over 10 years ago. I took differential calc, and in high school and college, like I did. What is it called? The like advanced placement AP tests for college, but I didn't do well on the test. But like trig, calc, geometry, all that shit, super easy for me. Algebra, I struggled so bad with algebra. They're like x is a variable that can equal any number integer, and I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? They're like x equals 2. I'm like, what? It probably didn't help that the algebra teacher wasn't like teaching algebra the proper way, I guess you would say it. Number of vowels. And a set of unique vowels. So just like this? Nope. Define vowel count. Vowel count equals 0. Yeah. Vowels in string. So brackets. It just returns brackets though. For character and I, so for letters and text, no. For letters and text, letters list, so split. For letter in letters list, so for character I, if character in V, yeah, so letter and letters list, vowel count plus 1. If letter is equal to V, the vowel count, the vowels, count the vowel plus 1, starting at 0. Append. the vowels list with a letter. But why is the vowel... Something's weird in here. For letters and text, letters list equals letters list, letters split. For letter in letters list, if letter is equal to a vowel plus 1, I don't have to... Do I have to separate these out? Like A string, E string, I string, O E string. Is that why it's like not working? Or does that not matter? Doesn't matter. Line 9 is messing me up. If letter equals V. It's my logic. Line 3 was fine. Character in I, if character in V. So if letter in V has to be exactly. So it's not equals, it's just in. Alright, so the vowel count's right, but then it spits out every single vowel. I don't want that. I want the set of vowels. So vowel set. If letter in V. I've never used I don't know if I've ever used the in function in the if statement. So it just, the in just will check for all instances of that, the letter or vowel in this case. I wasn't super clean about labeling my variables, but well, I can look at the answer and see what they wrote, because they might write it more, might write it better. Yeah, no, thanks for your help. I definitely would have been caught on this. You're like, line 9 is fucked up, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, line 9 looks fine. I was like, Okay, so they did, yeah, count equals 0. A unique is equal to a set. For character in text, if character in vowels. I see they wrote out all the vowels though. But I like the way that you said that, like, you can just string them all together like that. It's kind of interesting. I didn't know you could do this either. Character in vowels, add a count. Add the character to the unique set. And return unique. Oh, so what I did was I just made a list. And then I converted the list into a set. At the end. I have done one time I wrote the answer in like 2 lines of code, and their answer was like 8 lines of code, and I was kind of confused, but I figured it out. I was using a function that wasn't taught yet. That's so. So what I'm doing, I'm just copy the stuff into my notebook, so if I can reference it on the side here if I need to. You see me like staring on the side over here.
Differences. The Fantasy Quest team merged some of the servers together, but the merge didn't go perfectly. The resulting lists have duplicates and missing IDs. We need to clean up the duplicates and find the missing IDs. Assignment. Complete the Find Missing IDs function. It accepts 2 lists as input and returns a new list of all the IDs that are in the first list but are not in the second. Make sure to remove any duplicates. Tip: you can convert a list to a set using the set function. You can convert a set to a list using the list function. You can subtract the elements in one set from another set using the mass operator.
Mass. Minus? Complete the Find Missing IDs function. Accepts 2 inputs as input and returns a new list of all... Accepts 2 lists as input. And returns a new list of all the IDs that are in the first list, but not in the second. Make sure to remove any duplicates. So we're finding the difference. Gonna hop back to work. I gotta go with my own code. Alright. Thanks for stopping by, man. Thanks for the help. Appreciate it. I'm gonna keep pumping this out. So I'm gonna try to work on this 4 hours a day. Boot.dev for about 4 hours a day, Monday through Friday, until I get a hold of it. And then until I get comfortable. And then I might start applying to some jobs. Some jobs. But in the meantime, I will be here struggling my ass off. Learning. Alright, so find missing IDs. We need to subtract the 2 lists from each other. Remove duplicates by converting it to a set back to a list. So I know how to do that. So convert them to a set, subtract them? So can I just go to like set first IDs? Minus set of second IDs? Wait, is this easy as this? No. And then just list function the whole thing. Oh my god, did I get it? Yeah. Because you can just subtract 2 sets, it said. So just convert them to sets, subtract them. then it being a set, it'll have no duplicates. And then spit out the list. It wants to answer as a list. It's the same thing as this. Hooray!
Errors and exceptions in Python. You've probably encountered some errors in your code from time to time if you've gotten this far in the course. In Python, there are two main kinds of distinguishable errors: syntax.
Excuse me. Syntax.
Errors. Exceptions. Syntax errors. You probably know what these are by now. A syntax error is just the Python interpreter telling you that your code isn't adhering to proper Python syntax.
Tell me about it.
This is not valid code, so it will error. If I try to run that sentence as if it were valid code, I'll get a syntax error. This is not valid code, so it will error. Syntax error, invalid syntax. Exception.
I love when the auto raid reads this. It just like doesn't make sense sometimes.
Even if your code has the right syntax, however, it may still cause an error when an attempt is made to execute it. Errors detected during execution are called exceptions and can be handled gracefully by your code. You can even raise your own exceptions when bad things happen in your code. Python uses a try-except pattern for handling errors. Try 10/0 except exception. Print can't divide by 0. The try block is executed until an exception is raised, or it completes, whichever happens first.
Yeah, but can't divide by 0 should be, what are you, insane? Trying to divide by 0.
In this case, an exception is raised because division by 0 is impossible. The except block is only executed if an exception is raised in the try
Chuck Norris can divide by 0.
block. If we want to access the data from the exception, we use the following syntax. Try 10/0 except exception as E prints division by 0. Wrapping potential errors in try-except blocks allows the program to handle the exception gracefully without crashing. Assignment. One of the calls to get player record is throwing a player ID not found exception. Change the code in the main function to safely make all 4 calls within one try-except block. If an exception is raised, print the exception instead.
One of the calls to get the player record is throwing a player ID not found exception. Change the code in the main function to safely make all 4 calls within one try except block. Change the code in the main function to safely make all 4 calls with the one try except block. Try. It's not return. Change the code in the main function to safely make all 4 calls with one try except block. So try this again. I don't know if this is right. I'm a little bit confused by this. Wrapping potential errors and try except block allows the program to try to handle the exception gracefully without crashing. So do I put the print, the 4 lines of print in the try except block? One of the calls to get player record is throwing a player ID not found exception. Change the code in the main function to safely make all 4 calls within one try except block. Okay, I was getting a little bit. Oh, I appreciate two-factor authentication, but man, it takes forever to log into shit. I wish I could, like... They don't have thumbprint readers on phones anymore. The last phone I had a thumbprint reader. That was cool. Now it's just facial recognition, which is cool too. Yeah, my living expenses are pretty low. $300, $600. For food, electricity, insurance, wear and tear on the car. Say wear and tear on the car is like $200 because we have 2 cars a month. It's like $800. Insurance is like $300. So it's like about like $1,100 a month. Andy, it's not bad. Fluctuates. It's $1,100 to $1,500 a month. It's pretty good. A very low cost of living. Probably $50 a month on this electric heating dish next to me. Okay, so try exception. I don't know what the exception is. Exception. Accept exception. Print. So sometimes when this thing reads, I don't pay attention. My mind kind of wanders. I think I have like a little bit of ADD, so I'm just gonna reread this. Syntax errors. You probably know what these are by now. Syntax errors is just Python interpreter telling you that your code isn't adhering to proper Python syntax. This is not valid code because it is not our functions or whatever. If you try to run a sentence as if it were blah, 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 invalid syntax. Exceptions. If your code has the right syntax, however, it may cause an error when an attempt is made to execute it. Errors detecting during execution are called exceptions and can be handled gracefully by your code. You can even raise your own exception when bad things happen in your code. Python uses a try except pattern for handling errors. Try 10 divided by 0, except exception, can't divide by 0. The try block is executed until the exception is raised or it completes, whichever happens first. In this case, an execution is raised because division by 0 is impossible. The except block is only executed if the exception is raised in the try block. Gotcha. The except block is only executed if an exception is raised in the try block. So there's no player record for 4, so that's the exception. There's a get. So is it like that? Expect an indentation block function on line 1. Oh. Ah, shit. Like that. Maybe it's not that. Wrapping potential errors in try except blocks allows the program to try to handle exception gracefully without crashing. Exception as x, print x. But we don't want to. So it's looking for 4. No. Player ID. I don't really understand what's going on in this situation. Define player ID. If player ID equals 1, return this. If it equals 2, 3. So the input is not 1, 2, or 3. So it must be like 4 or higher. So it's not going to print any of these. So it goes to the exception and prints the exception. It says player ID not found. Raise exception. Okay. I think I understand. I don't think I need this last part. Will this work like this? Nope. So I do need the accept part of the block. Okay. Oh, okay, I fumbled my ass through it. This is the Reptile theme song from Mortal Kombat. I also have, I think I have Cammy from Street Fighter and Vega from Street Fighter. my hair's all fucked up from the hat. I think that sucks is that like the volume's not equal amongst all of these. Alright.
Try except review. Try 10/0 accept exception as E prints division by 0. The try block is executed until an exception is raised or it completes, whichever happens first. In this case, a divide by 0 error is raised because division...
If no exceptions are raised in the try block, the program crashes. The except block won't execute. The except block executes with a non-exception. A no exception error is raised. Oops, I should finish listening to this.
By 0 is impossible. The except block is only executed if an exception is raised in the try block. It then exposes the exception as data, E in our case, so that the program can handle the exception gracefully without crashing.
Try block is executed until an exception is raised, or it completes. Whichever happens first. If no exceptions are raised in the try block, the except block won't execute. I honestly don't know which one that is. I think it's the except block won't execute. The except block is only executed if the exception is raised in the try block. So I think it won't execute. Okay, I was right. I was just afraid. If an exception is raised outside of the try block, the program crashes and prints the exception. The exception is automatically caught and handled. Ah, shit. What did they say? Wrapping potential errors in try except blocks allows the program to handle exception without crashing. I think it's the program crashes and prints the exception.
Raising your own exceptions. Errors are not something to be scared of. Every program that runs in production is expected to manage errors on a constant basis. Our job as developers is to handle the errors gracefully and in a way that aligns with our users' expectations.
Let's talk about the difference between bugs and errors in code. And I think this is an important topic because a lot of newer developers I don't think quite appreciate the difference between bugs and errors, because from the user's perspective, like in your pre-developer life, I think these two words sometimes get maybe conflated or used synonymously, but there's actually a really, really big difference. So let's give some examples. An example of a bug would be something like the program crashing. Let's say like your application crashes on maybe some specific user input. So say you have like an online game, if someone types the word crash into the chat, the game just crashes. It's all over, right? That would be a bug. It's basically unexpected. This is the important part. Unexpected.
Is he doing that with the mouse? That's pretty sick if he is.
Is what a bug is.
I'm impressed.
Okay, an error, on the other hand, isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's just something you plan for. So, for example, an error might be, again, using the example of an online game, it'd be like, internet.
I need to reset my password. Okay, my password is ABC123. Cannot use error. Cannot use previous password. Right? That's like an error message.
Connection lost.
Yeah.
Right. So you're writing your code. You have to plan for the fact that it's possible that the person running your code, the person playing your game, essentially loses their internet connection. That's not a bug in your code. There's nothing you can really do about that as a software developer. But it's something you need to plan for, and it's something you need to handle. So errors are expected, and we handle them. Okay, we handle errors.
I want my password 123
Okay.
ABC. You can't have that. It's
bugs
previous.
and errors. The big difference is
And go back and punch it
bugs
in.
are
Oh, that's the
always
password.
bad. Like if you have bugs in your code, you need to fix your code. Right. And what that means is, so say a user encounters a bug, they say, hey, my program's crashing, or hey, this sword is supposed to do 250 damage, but it's actually only doing 100 damage. Like, the only solution to a bug is to go fix the code.
Okay.
So you go fix the code, right? When an error occurs, hopefully your code already is built in such a way that it handles it. Now, it's worth pointing out, if errors are happening and they're not being handled properly, then that is a bug.
They become
right,
bugs,
but the
yeah.
bug isn't the fact that the error is happening. The bug is the fact that you're not handling the error properly. Right? So, what is an error? Like from a more literal perspective, what is an error in code? Well, if you're in Python, the way errors happen typically is that the developer actually raises them intentionally. So there's kind of this keyword, right? Raise. So you can raise an exception. And in Python, an exception is an error. That's just the word used. In JavaScript, you would throw an error. And in Go,
throwback.
you would return an error value.
Oh, I don't like that.
Right. So these are things that we actually plan for in our code.
Oh, return
Right?
an error. Okay,
We're
never mind.
raising exceptions, we're throwing errors, we're returning errors, and then when those errors happen, we are actually writing code that does something. So, for example, say internet connection was lost. The way we would handle that is we might do some retries, right? So we're sending a network request. It fails because there's no internet connection. Maybe we wait 5 seconds and we try again, right? And then we wait 10 seconds and then we try again. That would be one way to handle an error. Another way we can handle an error, this is a pretty common way, is just to alert the user. So, for example, maybe we require 8-character long passwords. The user enters 6 characters.
If it's on a live service game, after X amount of time, they just boot you.
Throw an error, and the way we
From the
handle the
server.
error is by telling the user, hey, you need to put in another 2 characters into your password.
Hey, motherfucker, where's my packet of data that comes from your terminal? Oh, it's not there? Get the fuck off my server.
So that's errors. And really, if you get nothing else from this video, I just want you to understand bugs are always bad. The definition of a bug is something unexpected happening in your code, and the only way to fix it is to go back and work on your code. Find where your code is doing something where you didn't expect it to be doing that thing, right? You expected a sword to be doing 200 damage. It's only doing 100 damage. You have to go find in your code why that's the case. Whereas with errors, if errors are happening, as long as you're handling them gracefully, that's all you need to do. So hope this helps.
Yeah, that was actually useful.
Errors are not bugs. Bugs versus errors. When something in our own code happens that isn't the happy path, we should raise our own exceptions. For example, if someone passes some bad inputs to a function we write, we should not be afraid to raise an exception to let them know they did something wrong. An error or exception is raised when something bad happens, but as long as our code handles it as users expect it to, it's not a bug.
So you try to socket a spellcaster gem into a melee weapon that's not supposed to take a spellcaster gem. Either because it has an int requirement or you're just physically not allowed to put a spellcaster gem into a melee weapon. Some shit like that, right? Yeah.
Bug. A bug is when code behaves in ways our users don't expect it to. For example, if a player tries to forge a sword out of a metal bar, we might raise an exception if the game doesn't support crafting a sword from that metal type.
Right.
Def craft sword metal bar. If metal bar equals bronze, return bronze sword. If metal bar equals iron, return iron sword. If metal bar equals steel, return steel sword. Raise exception, invalid metal bar.
Invalid metal bar. Cannot forge with mithril, peasant.
However, that's the expected behavior of the game, so it's not a bug.
Troglodyte.
If a player can forge a sword out of gold, that may be considered a bug because that's against the rules of the game. Don't catch your own exceptions. As a rule of thumb, you do not want to catch exceptions you raise within the same function block.
What the fuck's going on upstairs? I actually ran into a bug yesterday while I was speedrunning Path of Exile 2. When you die, there is a minute penalty where you stand there on a timer. But I think it was bugged out because once you re-engaged, when you're allowed to move again, the NPCs don't react. Where they weren't reacting for like 15 to 20 seconds. And there is a boss that's a rectangle, like arena. But when the boss walks in and then the shielded guys close up. So since she wasn't engaging when within that 15 to 20 second buffer, I could just run past the boss when you're not supposed to in the game chronologically. And I could go to the next I could go to the threshold of the next area, but I couldn't go in because there's some kind of trigger for after you kill the boss, then the next zone is available. But I was able to get the checkpoint. So then what happened was I got the checkpoint, and I'm like, okay, I can't progress. I went back, I killed the boss, and then from that checkpoint, I went to the next area. It was kind of funny.
For example, don't do this. Def craft sword metal bar. Try. If metal bar equals bronze, return bronze sword. If metal bar equals iron, return iron sword. If metal bar equals steel, return steel sword. Raise exception, invalid metal bar. Accept exception as E, print F an error occurred E. Instead, the caller should handle any potential error by wrapping the function call within a try except block. Do this. Try, craft sword, gold bar, accept exception as E, print E, assignment. If a player ID that doesn't exist is passed into the getPlayerRecord function, we need to raise, but not handle, our own error to alert the caller of our function that the player they are looking for doesn't exist. The exception should say player ID not found. Note, the tests will call the getPlayerRecord function and will handle the exception you raise.
Alright, if a player ID that doesn't exist is passed into the getPlayerRecord function, we need to raise an error. Our own error to alert the caller of our function that the player is looking for doesn't exist. The exception should say player ID not found. So try except exception as E. Print F string. What do they want to start? Player ID not found. Or should I just say E not found? No, I should just say player ID not found. Because if you type in Hugs Butts, you could say Hugs Butts not found. What it's asking for is player ID not found. So it should be F-string player ID not found. 2 pass, 1 fail. Player ID 4. Player ID is not found. Actual none. Expected exception. Don't do this. Don't want to do it in the same function block. Okay, what I did was wrong. So try find player. Get player record. My exception is not working. Do I have to put raise? Is this not going to work with a try except after? Oh, it did. What if I print E? Oh, so I only needed to do raise exception, player ID not found. I just added in like an additional try except. So if player ID is 1, 2, or 3, return that information, that's strings. Or not strings, let me get these fucking terminology right. Names, there's strings within. I want to start calling things the right things too. Those are dictionaries, right? Boing, boing, boing. Boing, doing, doing. I'm definitely gonna get the new Astrobot game once the price goes down. Actually, let's see. See how much it is on eBay used. Astrobot PS5. Is it one word for Astrobot? No. And then I want used. Sort by price. Buy it now. That's for the box only. Case only. Case only. Goo. It's still $55. Holy shit.
Raising exceptions review. Software applications aren't perfect, and user input and network connectivity are far from predictable. Despite intensive debugging and unit testing, applications will still have failure cases. Loss of network connectivity, missing database rows, out-of-memory issues, and unexpected user inputs can all prevent an application from performing normally.
Unexpected user inputs. What is your name? Hashtag pound 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 parentheses.
It is your job to catch and handle
Just
any
complete
and all
degenerate.
exceptions gracefully so that your app keeps working. When you are able to detect that something is amiss, you should be raising the errors yourself, in addition to the default exceptions that the Python interpreter will raise. Raise exception. Something bad happened.
Not like this. Not like this. A party member has died. Another party member has died. Not like this. Which keyword triggers an exception in Python? Exception. Triggers an exception. Raise. So, R-A-Z-E? I fucking hate the word raise. Raise, like, build up. There's also, like, bring to attention, raise. Then there's R-A-Z-E, which means destroy or, like, level a building. Dumb. English is dumb.
Raising exceptions review. Software applications aren't perfect, and user input and
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Kick on a brother. Alright.
raising exceptions review. Software applications aren't perfect, and user input and network connectivity are far from predictable.
Okay, already did this. Good code doesn't need to handle errors. It should be error-free. False.
Different types of exceptions. We haven't covered classes and objects yet, which is what an exception really is at its core. We'll go more into that in the course on object-oriented programming. For now, what is important to understand is that there are different types of exceptions, and we can handle them differently depending on the situation. Some exceptions are more specific, like zero division error or index error, and some are more general, like the base exception. Syntax: try 10-0 except zero division error, print zero division, except exception as e, print e. Try nums equals 0, 1, print nums 2, except index error, print index error, except exception as e, which will print zero division index error. Why specific exceptions come first?
This will print. Oh, this will print zero division. This will print index error. I was like, what?
When handling exceptions, it's important to catch the most specific ones first, because Python stops checking once it finds a matching exception handler. If you catch a more general exception first, any specific errors will never get handled individually. For example, try nums equals 0, 1, print nums 2, except exception, print an error occurred, except index error, print index error. In this case, the general exception will catch the error before the index error can be reached, and the message index error will never be printed.
Okay, so this is like return, if you have double returns and stuff.
Always handle the most specific exception first.
Okay.
Alias exception messages. As seen in the example, you can also access the error using as, like this. Accept exception as e, print.
Okay, so just to touch on this, always handle the most specific exception first. So I want like make and model of cars, right? If I were to do an exception, maybe not make and model on cars. Maybe numbers, right? So the more specific exception would be, let's say, odd numbers. And then the least specific would be like prime numbers. Does that make sense? Because the first exception will take out all the odd numbers. And the second exception will take out prime number. Prime numbers are odd. No, 2. Right, that makes sense. Because it will take out odd numbers, 2 will still be there. So then it will take out 2. I think 2 is the only even prime number. The only even prime number is 2, okay.
E. The default behavior. You can also access the error using as, like this. Accept exception as e, print e. The default behavior case, the general exception will catch the error before the index error can be reached, and the message index error will never be printed. Always handle the most specific exception first. Alias exception messages. As seen in the example, you can also access the error using as, like this. Accept exception as e, print e. The default behavior of print is that it will print the string representation of whatever object is passed to it. In this case, it will print the error message. Assignment. Take a look at the getPlayerRecord function. It raises an exception for negative player IDs. Complete the processPlayerRecord function. Pass player ID to getPlayerRecord and return the result. But if an index error is raised, instead return the string, index is too high. Otherwise, if any other exception is raised, return the error.
Complete the player record function. Pass player ID to get player record and return the result. But if an index error is raised, instead return the string index is too high. Otherwise, if any other exception is raised, return the error. Negative ID is not allowed if player ID is less than 0. Pass player ID to get record and return the result, but if index error is raised, instead return the string index is too high. So accept index error. Do not edit below this line. Good to know. Accept. Index error. Print. Index is too high. Otherwise, if any other exception shows, return the error. Accept. Exception. General exception will catch the error before the index error can be reached. We want the index error first. Accept the exception as E. Print E. Oh, I have to raise the exception, right? It's try accept block. What am I doing? Pass the player ID to get player record and return the result. If the index error is erased, instead of returning the string, return the string. Pass player ID to get player record and return result, but if index error raised, take a leak. I'll be right back. Alright. This bag is so big. Might just rip it. It's like this huge fucking bag and it's like this much popcorn. This is my lunch. Sorry for all the noise. Alright, here we go. Do it right in the microphone. Fuck you. Is it just if? If index error, return. If I had to use try and accept though. Print player ID. Is that how it works? I really want to use like if statements, but I don't think it's right. Class player ID to get record. Yeah. It's already set up like that. Return the result. But if there's an index error raised, return the string. Index is too high. Otherwise, if any exception is raised, return the error. I can use if statements. If player ID equals 1, return name. About like if player in player ID print player ID. Raise Fuck, hold on a second. My music's fucked up. We need to do the index error before the exception. So I do like if player ID in players. Players is not defined. player. It's not defined in this loop. Might be in the weeds here. Root beer! Root beer! Alright. Go. Try return player and player ID. Accepts. Index error. Return index is too high. So it's just returning the player ID. The negative is handled by here. Expecting index is too high. So players are going to be a list. Try returning player ID in player ID list. Or input. Dun, 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 dun. Hmm. Cherry. Player ID and player ID list. Return player ID. That's such a coincidence. I'm eating the cherry lollipop with the black cherry drink. I didn't even look. I just fucking grabbed it. Excuse me. So can I do like if index error is greater than the length of the player ID list, return pass the player ID to get record and return the result. But if an index error is raised, return the string. Try player ID. ID check is equal to player ID list no. What's the list? The input is the player ID. The list is players. List of player ID in the list of players. Print player ID check. Accept index error colon print f string index is too high. So printed out index is too high. Index is too high, index is too high. So something fucked up with my logic. We have to pass player ID, not player ID check. But it's getting to this exception and then printing this out. So the list of players, if my player ID is in there, print the player ID check. I think I just want to start using variables. X equals the players player ID in the list of the players. But I have two variables. Because players are just defined as a list. It's not. So I wanted to try to print. Try to print if the player ID complete the parse over function, pass the player ID to get player record and return the result by an index error instead of resulting in the string. Index is too high, otherwise instance rate return error. Needs to print the dictionary. So do I have to write like if player ID equals I think it's like this. If player ID equals X, return the dictionary value of X of the players. Players is a dictionary. It's a syntax error in my index error. X is just a integer, right? There's a big disconnect on this right now for me. Let me just see what the Boots got to say. Call get player record player ID and return its results. Blue raspberry. Handle specific exceptions. If an index error occurs, return index is too high. For other exceptions, return the error itself. Notice that the function should use a try except block to catch those exceptions. How would you use a try except block to call the get player record catch potential exceptions? Remember, we need to handle the index error specifically, then catch any other exceptions as a fallback. You try to run the function. Accept. Inside the try block, you're returning the function itself, process player record, rather than calling get player record player ID. Oh shit. That's where I'm getting hung up. I didn't realize I could call the bottom part. Or they're supposed to be the same name. In the accept block, you're using print instead of return. Okay, well. I was just printing. Relax, bear. Remember, the function should return the string, not to print it. You're missing a general exception handler that should catch any other exceptions besides index error. Let me ask you, what should you put in your try block to call the get player record function with the player ID parameter, and how would you modify your accept blocks to return, not print, the proper values? But now the minus is fucked up. Get the player record. You've used accept index error to catch index errors. Return the string index is too high for your specific error. There's just one more missing. According to the instruction, you need to handle any other exceptions. Remember this part require. Otherwise, if any other exception is raised, return error. So raise. Return the error or you need to add another except block that will catch any other type of exception and return the error itself. Ah, I see. Try to return get player record player ID below. Which is if the player ID is less than 0, raise exception, negatives not allowed. And from the dictionary of players, it will get the player ID. If you don't, you get an error. The index error will return index is too high. So accept index error as X, return index error is too high. And then if you have another error outside of an index error, accept exception as Y. Return Y. You don't have to store the index error as a variable. I see. Because you're just spitting out a string. You're not spitting out the the error again. Gotcha. So this is unnecessary as X. But if you needed to... Yeah, okay. Gotcha.
Raising exceptions review. As you've noticed, there are many types of exceptions. Many specific exceptions are built into the language, like index error and zero division error, and almost all exceptions count as the parent exception type. What differentiates exceptions are their types, not their string descriptions. This is important to know when handling errors from imported modules. If you're interested in the official documentation on all the built-in exceptions, you can find a list here. Refer to the following code for the question. Try raise exception zero division except zero division error as e print 0.
Built-in expressions. Args. The tuple of an argument given the exception constructors and built-in exceptions like OS error expect a certain number of arguments and assign a specific meaning to the elements of this tuple, while others are usually called only with a single string giving an error message. With traceback, add notes. Buffer error, lookup error, index error. So, memory error is when the operation runs out of memory, but the situation may still be rescued by deleting some objects. The associated value is a string indicating what kind of internal operations ran out of memory. Note that because of the underlying memory management architecture, C's malloc function, the interpreter may not always be able to completely recover from this situation. It nevertheless raises an exception so that stack traceback can be printed in case a runaway program was the cause. So if you have like a runaway program and it eats all the memory, use all the resource. In the code sample, what will happen? Raise exception, zero division. The accept. This happens first. But doesn't this override it because it's outside of the... He'll print 0. No. Program will crash when uncaught exception. Raise exception, zero division creates and raises a new exception of the general exception. Type with the string zero division. However, know that this is a type of exception, not a zero division error, right? Oh, okay. What is the except block looking for? The except zero division error block only caches exceptions of type zero division error. Since the raise exception is of this type exception, not zero division error, this except block will not catch it. What happens when no except block catches the raised exception? If an exception isn't caught by an except block, the program will terminate or crash with an uncaught exception error. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. In this case, the exception will propagate up and the program won't print anything but will stop running with an error. Why doesn't it print 0? The string zero division within the raised exception, it's just a message and it doesn't make the exception a zero division error. The type of exception is what matters for the except block to catch it. So this exception and this exception are different types. Since there's no except exception block here, so should have been except exception as E, print 0. Program crashes. Does this help clarify the answer? Is the program will crash an uncaught exception? Yeah, more or less. So now they added the exception.
Raising exceptions review. As you've noticed, there are many types of exceptions. Many specific exceptions are built into the language, like index error and zero division error, and almost all exceptions count as the parent exception type. What differentiates exceptions are their types, not their string descriptions. This is important to know when handling errors from imported modules. If you're interested in the official documentation on all the built-in exceptions, you can find a list here.
Okay, it's the same thing as before. In the code sample, what will happen? This except exception will print other, because it'll be caught by this. This is a different type. This is a zero exception, but this is just a regular exception as E, print other. So either crash or print other. I think it'll crash because you can't divide by 0. Although this is, what was it? What did he say? Index error and zero division and almost all exceptions count as a parent exception type. So will it print other? Does the accept exception as E get the grab the 0? Divide by 0? Try 10 divided by 10, accept exception as E, print E. I think it's fine. It'll print other. Because this is the parent in which all the other ones sit under, right? Let me see what he says. The code is attempting divided by 0 inside of a try block. Division by 0 raises 0 division error in Python. The accept exception E block catches any exception that inherits from base exception class. Since 0 division error is specified type of exception, it'll be caught by the block. That's what I was thinking. Because exception is the parent block, being all-encompassing. 0 division errors on the inside of that. So the correct answer is it will print others because the exception is successfully caught by the accept block, which prints the other. If the accept block has been more specific, like accept 0 division error, it would still catch the error. But if it was like value error, the program would have crashed, right? Because it's not looking for a 0 division on a different one, or like a index.
Purchasing. There's a bug in the current vendor system that is letting players buy items from the shop even when they don't have enough gold.
Sweet.
Assignment. Complete the purchase.
It's a nice bug.
Function. If the character doesn't have enough gold, raise an exception with the text "not enough gold." Don't handle the exception. Otherwise, return the amount of money the customer has left over after completing the purchase.
Complete purchase item function. If the character doesn't have enough gold, raise the exception with the text "not enough gold." What's this one? Apple? So just for one item. So if gold available is greater than equal to price, return purchased item. So just comparing price to gold available. Return true. Oh. And then raise exception. If it's less than the price, not enough gold. I wanted to make something out of all these wrappers. I bought a pack of 400 dum-dums. So if gold greater than or equal to price, return true. If it's false, raise the exception, not enough gold. Like that. That one's right. I don't know what I'm supposed to return. If the character doesn't have... Complete the purchase item function. If the character doesn't have enough gold raised, an exception with the don't handle the exception. Otherwise, return the amount of money the customer has left over after complete. Oh. Return gold available minus price. I just did my raise after the complete if statement. Yeah, they're both, both similar. That was kind of cool. I like this question. Makes you think for a sec. And it's not like a hard question, but it does make you think like, okay, we just learned about raising and apply it. It's like a simple question. I'm sure the next ones are going to be more difficult. You know, 2 plus 2 is 4. Now they're going to ask me for like a multivariable calc differential problem.
Purchasing. Now we need to use our purchase item function to process an entire list of character purchases. Assignment. Complete the process transactions function. It takes a list of purchase orders. Each order is a dictionary. Look through the main function to see the shape of this data. First, create an empty list of leftovers. Then, loop over the list of purchase orders. For each order in the provided list, try to process the order with the purchase item function. If an exception is raised, catch it and print the error message. If the purchase was successful, append the remaining money to the leftovers list. If there is an error, do not add anything to the leftovers. Be sure to loop over the entire list of purchase orders. Finally, after the loop has ended, return the leftovers list. You must keep the same order of purchases, but with the unsuccessful purchases removed. Remember to remove any extra print statements you added for debugging before submitting the lesson.
Okay. First, create an empty list of leftovers. Then loop over the list of purchase orders. Complete the process transaction function. Takes a list of purchase orders for each order in the. Each order is a dictionary. Okay. Look through the main function to see the shape of the data. Loop over the list of purchase orders. So process transactions. Leftovers equals process transactions. Price gold available. For each order in the provided list, try to process the order with the purchase item function. If an exception is raised, catch it and print over the error message. So try purchase item. Price gold available. Available. I'm bad at spelling.
Why do you look so mad?
Oh, I'm not mad. What you want?
You look smart. Oh, you're just like...
Would you like a lollipop?
Why? Multiple lollipops.
I have 6. I've got 6 of them.
Trying to taste more sugar. Stop offering me candy.
Would you like a sugar-free drink?
No. I'm not gonna eat any of this.
One of the clues on the crossword was like polar bear logo. And I thought... What?
Polarized?
Well, I thought it was Polar Seltzer from like Worcester.
Oh.
But it was icy, I-C-E-E, like the slushies.
Oh. That's...
So confused because we drink ice drinks too.
Yeah, it's kind of a stretch.
I was so confused.
just wanted to let you know I was home. So
Sweet.
I did not go down for lollipops or a story about Ices.
I should just move that bag of pops down here.
No. You can't just eat lollipops all day.
I didn't really eat anything for lunch.
I am aware of that.
Is there anything that you could like? Wait, did I eat lunch?
No. You had popcorn.
Oh, I had a little bit of popcorn. Is there anything that we can eat?
You don't know if you can eat or you can eat.
No, anything that you made, like pre-made.
Mm.
Oh, don't you have that chicken soup thing?
I do.
Do you have anything else?
No. There's frozen meals. And soup. Other soup.
Do you have regular bread?
I have to look. We have cinnamon swirl raisin bread.
Can you do me like a peanut butter jelly?
What?
With what?
Yeah.
Peanut butter and jelly.
What bread?
Regular bread.
What if we don't have that?
If we don't have regular bread, I'll just do like 2 pieces of cinnamon bread toasted
Okay.
with butter.
Open faced peanut butter jelly.
No.
2 pieces of bread.
2 pieces of bread. I think I'm done with this popcorn too.
I don't know. It's living pretty well. Like done permanently or done currently?
Permanent. Let me put all the trash in here though. The dum-dums make a lot of trash. Alright. Oh, here. There's more trash. Oh, here's one. Take care now. Bye-bye then. I got another hour. I gotta finish this question. I gotta try to finish the Python course.
Okay.
So we shall see. Excuse me.
If you need to work longer, it's fine.
What?
So if you need to work longer, it's fine.
Okay. Alright, let's see. Loop over the list of purchase orders. It's a dictionary, though. I don't like how it's purchase orders. Okay.
I don't have any of these notebooks.
They're all blank.
Pretty much. You wrote in like 1 page. That's all.
Let me see that green one. That's a like a.
This
government standard book.
This one you didn't write in. It's my favorite so far.
This is your favorite? I wrote in this
Oh,
one.
actually, you did write in that one. This one, I mean. I didn't write in.
That's your favorite?
No, this one's my favorite.
Oh, yeah.
This one is okay. You wrote in one page of this one.
This was my first D&D character. Artreus. He was a wizard. With high int and high... Well, actually, his int wasn't that high. Int and constitution. That's funny. Okay, you can have this one. You can use whatever. I have a notebook here already. He was a... My first D&D character was a wizard. That, he was like... What do you call it? He wasn't really a damage dealer. He was more like a crowd controller. So, like... We'd have, like, a fighter in the group, and I would cast haste on the fighter and shit like that. And then I would have, like... other things to manipulate the field of battle. And I could, like... pick up people who couldn't fly and shit like that and move them around. Alright, then loop over the list of purchase orders. For each order in the list, in the provided list, try to process the order with the purchase item function. If an exception is raised, catch it and print the error message. Doesn't this just catch it? Because this just says, if your gold is less than the price of the item, the exception, your amount of gold is not enough for the price of the item. Return gold minus price. If it's not accepted. Accepted. Over the list of purchase orders. Purchase orders, a dictionary. So it's like we want the key and the value, right? We have to return the leftovers list. So we have to append it. Append the remaining money into the leftovers list. For each order in the provided list, try to process the order with the purchase item function. If an exception is raised, catch it and print the error message. If the process was successful, append the remaining money in the leftovers list. If there is an error, do not add anything to the leftovers. Be sure to loop over the entire list of purchase orders. Finally, after the loop has ended, return the leftovers list. For each order in the provided list, try to process the order with purchase item function. If an exception is raised, catch and print out the message. Thought I just did this. Loop over the list of purchase orders. What does it mean? Just like of the purchase. Loop over the dictionary. Gold is the second. Is the value. So for value in purchase. Return value? Or is this going to return the key? This one says .values.items method, but I don't know those yet, so I should be using those. Oh, so is it just like try to run purchase item? Price and gold available. Thanks, man. And then write the like errors. Like that. Try to purchase item, exception E. If the catches an exception, print the exception. The purchase was successful. Append. Gold available minus price gives you the leftover. The purchase was successful. Append the remaining money to leftovers list. If there's an error, do not add anything. So the leftovers appending has to be after the exception is taken care of. How do I have it not append if it goes through the exception? Do I have to put the leftovers append onto the purchase item before the exception happens? No, because then it's not. You need the exception to happen so you can figure out which purchases are accepted. Return leftovers. Append gold minus price. Be sure to loop over the entire list of purchase orders. So this is not looping. Ugh, my head is kind of killing me right now. Finally, after the loop has ended, return the leftovers list. So it's going to be a list of it's going to be a dictionary. For price is not defined. It's not gonna run like non-type object. Okay, I think I need a second here. Currently, you're initializing price and gold available to 0 button value. You need to exact these values from each purchase order. That's right. I'm setting it to 0. How can you loop over the dictionary purchase order to access these values? Price and gold valuable is the key. So you need the key and the value? No. I just need the value. I don't need the key. Gold available is from purchased item. Can you loop over each dictionary and purchase order to access these values? You call purchase item price call before assigning meaningful values to these variables. That's right, because I didn't write the loop first. Because I was like stuck on the loop and I just went ahead. Assigning meaningful values to these variables, can you identify the function should be executed in relation to the loop? What's going on, Camille? Oh, I'm struggling right now. My brain. I'm only used to like streaming like 4-hour chunks at a time. And yesterday, because I didn't get any practice in over the weekend, I did the Path of Exile 2 race. And it took me about... how fucking long it took me. It took me 6 hours. And then I practiced before that. So I was on for like 11 hours yesterday. So my like eyes and brain were cooked. And now like my brain is cooked because my daughter is having like sleep regression. My wife's dealing with the most brunt of it, but I still have a little bit of it that I'm dealing with too, because it's like every time I put her down, she just like screams in your face for no reason. So for price and purchase orders, I have to complete the process transaction function for each order, and each order is a dictionary. And I'm supposed to follow these steps, and I think I fucked it up. Because the problem is my brain can't put together like how I'm gonna loop through the first part. When you loop through a list of dictionaries, each item in the loop itself is a dictionary. For example, purchase orders equals price 10, gold 20. Then the first item of the loop would be in the dictionary, price 10, gold available 20. You can access the values in the dictionary using their keys, price and gold available. Right, so the price key gives you the price value and the gold key gives you the gold value. Tell you through the process. Well, I'm just trying to write the for loop first, so that I can get the values of price and gold in the dictionary. So leftovers is my list, so that's going to be like the remaining gold at the top. So let's say for purchase. The other thing that I have a problem with is like naming my variables. I'm pretty bad at it. So let's say purchase order. We'll follow the example. I'm just going to delete this for now. So price is equal to the value of price in the purchase order dictionary. So purchase order orders dictionary, and we want the value of the price – purchase order. Maybe I just use my own variables. It's probably easier. easier for you to run the code locally? Do I have Python installed on my PC? No. Go step by step and debug it this way. Yeah, I can print on this. You know, it'll show me, it'll spit back the errors. So then we want the gold available is equal to X dictionary. Gold available string. Could go step by step doing this. Let's do it this way then. What do you think? Yeah. I mean, what's the thing called? Python. I should probably get accustomed to this too. I'll play around with that later. I'll play around with this one later. Smallest increments I can do, yeah. So I'm trying. Alright, so we have the leftovers. Create a list. Then loop over the list of purchase orders. So this will return price. Gold available. From the dictionary, so we pulled that out. For each order in the provided list, try to process the order with the purchase item function. If an exception is raised, catch and print that error message. So purchase item function, this one. So should I try the purchase item function? For each order in the provided list, try to process the order with the purchase item function. If an exception is raised, catch it and print the error message. So except exception. Wow, I wish I could type. As E. Turn. E is a string. Oops. Type that wrong. It. Like that? Nope. Or can I just return E? So try to purchase item function with the price in gold available from the looped values above. Accept exception as E, return E. So return the error message. I think that's right. Let's see. Leftover amounts for successful purchases, 12 and 230. So I can just do it manually, like in my head. So if we have a gold available 125, price is 10. So that would that's wrong. Wouldn't be able to transact that. Wouldn't be able to transact that. We'll get a big return on that one. No. Big return. 0. Ooh. I don't know how the 0 is going to spit back. And then no on that one. So we shouldn't be 12 and 230. Something wrong in the for loop. For the X list and purchase order. For the X and purchase orders dictionary, the price is equal to the price in the X list. Oh, you can just print E. Go through the top of the function. You'll see where you're making the mistakes are. I'm dipping in and out. I guess I got a sick pet. Yeah, no worries. Leftover amounts for successful purchases. $12 and $230. So where the fuck is it getting 12 and 230 from? Or is it doing backwards? No. Oh, it's just printing this last line. Okay, so it's just printing the last, it's just returning the last line of the thing. Why is it printing the last line? I've had this issue before. So can I add print statements like up, like for example up here? So that for X in purchase orders, price is equal to... Do I have to define X as like... Hold on a sec, my brain. I'm gonna get it. So it's for X in range of, I think it's X in range of purchase orders. For X in range of purchase orders, the length of the purchase orders, right? No, it's not length. Type error list object cannot be interpreted as an integer. Add them in and out and everywhere. When I do this, so like what if I do print here, it doesn't do anything. Oh, price is an invalid key argument for print. Chill music. File string line 5 in process transactions. For purchase order and purchase orders, price is equal to purchase order price. Extract the price. Gold available equals purchase order gold available. Extract gold available. Now we have the values needed for this purchase. What you're doing is defining price and printing it at the same time, which is a boo-boo. Do I have to set it to 0? Oh, it literally says that. Currently you're initializing price in gold at 0. However, these need to be dynamically set for each purchase order on the list. Throughout the loop, your code can't access details of the purchase order. So I have to set them... So wrapping the logic inside the loop would help you elevate every transaction one by one. Question for you. Would you like to adjust your current approach to include the loop so that we're dealing with each purchase order one at a time? What would happen if we tried to put a try and accept inside this loop? price equals ... print price. Oh, it's like print this word. It's not the whole thing. Is this supposed to be... No. You're looping over the purchase orders list and extracting a price and gold available using their keys X price and X gold available. Try except block. You are correctly catching exceptions for transactions where a purchase isn't possible if gold available is less than price. Currently, your try except block is after the loop, so it doesn't execute the purchase item logic for each transaction. Oh, so I don't have to return these. And I want these to be under this for statement. Try to process the purchase here. Okay. Leftover is equal to the purchase item price, comma gold available. So the leftover list is the purchase item in the dictionary for that given price and gold available. So it's just leftover. And then we have to append it to the leftovers list. So leftovers.append. Leftover. So that'll take the leftover from purchase item function and append it into the leftovers list. So when I run this, it says $2 is not enough for 5. 520 is not enough for 2020. 2 or $20. 6 is not enough for 40. 2 is not enough for 12. Transactions completed. Leftover amounts for successful purchases. I'm not returning the leftovers yet. So I just have to return the leftovers. If the purchase was successful, append the money to leftovers list, right? If there is an error, do nothing. Do not add to the leftovers list. We must keep the same order of purchases, but with the unsuccessful purchases removed. Remember to remove any extra print statements you added in debugging before submitting the lesson. You must keep the same order of purchases. But with the unsuccessful purchases removed. Assignment requires you to add the remaining money to leftovers list if the purchase is successful. Inside the loop, if the purchase item price gold available succeeds, it returns the leftover gold. You need to catch this return value in a variable example leftover and append it to the leftovers list. Yeah. Print price gold available. The print price gold available at the end of the loop happens at the end of the loop, so it only prints the values for the last transaction. If debugging, consider doing this inside the loop for better visibility of all transactions. Excuse me. Oh, so it's doing that thing again where it's doing the last line. Yeah, so it only prints the values of the last transaction. If debug, consider doing this inside the loop for better visibility of all transactions. Currently don't have return leftovers list at the end of the function. The lesson explicitly states that. So it should be 115, 252-ish. 219. This one was 0. Oh, so the purchase goes through if the values equal each other, which they should. And then these are the errors. Yeah, so I think the issue here with me not, struggling was that I hadn't dealt with dictionaries in a minute. So I was like, how do I call the, value of the key price to call it the variable price, right? So it was, what's the value of the key price equals price. It's the X in purchase orders, the key gold value, available, what's the value, gold available, variable. I think that's where the biggest issue was, because like, I don't know if this has to do with me being like slightly dyslexic. I don't think I'm fully dyslexic, but when I studied algebra initially, I had this problem. But through repetition, I get it. Oh, my lollipop's fucked up. With the leftover equals purchase item function, I got that, and then you get appended to the leftovers list. That I can fumble through that, and then the exception E, print E, and then return leftovers. I was getting through that part pretty good, but the for statement for X in purchase orders, that's where I was having problem. It was here. This is gonna crap out if I hit submit because it says print E. For purchase order and purchase orders. So they put the price equals X dictionary price string under the try statement. I guess it doesn't matter as long as it's in the scope of the what's trying to be done. Yeah, it's really I got hung up on the dictionary. Trying to pull the values out of the dictionary. Okay.
Challenges. In this chapter, we are going to practice applying the skills and concepts we learned while building Fantasy Quest. Number sum. Write a function called numberSumN that adds up all the numbers from 1 to n. For example, numbersum 5, 1 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, 15. Numbersum 3, 1 plus 3, minus 6.
It's gonna be... Isn't it like... N... Isn't it like N minus 1 divided by it? I don't know. I think my brain's cooked. Let's see. Let's see if I can look at my notes here. Can I just do sum n? No, I have to write the function. I thought I could just do sum n. Number sum n equals sum n. I totally forget what the function for total numbers totals is. Ooh. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do this tomorrow. I'm kind of hedging into this headache. So we'll do all the challenges tomorrow. Hopefully I'm not coming down with something. Hopefully I can get like a good night's sleep tonight. I slept like shit yesterday, so sorry I was a little slow today. My brain's cramping, but I'm gonna go check on the baby and the wife, make sure everything's good and peachy. But have a good night. If I'm not on later, I don't know what I'm gonna play later. If I play, I'm gonna probably play Kingdom Come Deliverance too. Keep playing that. But have a good night. Stay safe out there. A good evening. don't do too much dumb shit. If you do dumb shit, do one dumb shit thing at a time so you don't get caught. And yeah, I'll be on tomorrow streaming more Boot.dev for another 4-hour chunk. So bye. Thanks for all this. Stop by.